This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." The theme on that pinball machine is us clinging to a picture book version of the past century. The sentiment is called...
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs...
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't...
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please. What thing? Yes, not the whole... They come here in the evening.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the... We don't. We have to wait.
There are these things called days.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can... What?
By the way, you should come back to this... This trash container is locked. The sliding lid with a well-oiled... Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
You see milk and egg rest. A box falls into... Among the threadbare kitchen towels, as the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse...
The victim's clothes? Cadaver in odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. The belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt. Olive...
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of red-knit shirt that's worn over light armor.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the...
The fuck's he on about, kids?
See?
The lieutenant nods. It's just organic waste. What's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard.
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. It would also not hurt to start taking notes on the case.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the...
You pick out a broken mug, only in its social sense of...
You've acquired an
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. There's a piece of toilet paper, or it's a metaphor. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter." These are handwritten. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making... 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense. There is, for precisely one more, once all the tasks are accomplished. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, absolutely motionless at first, then animated onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easy. Inspect the victims, interview the cap. It's not exactly poetry, but a satisfying sound. Things to be done and things already done. The composition.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Yes, it appears you employ shall we say, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists again, in your defense, I seem to have named one, the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin then rip them from the binder and hand 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear, a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. But yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork, an aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a... It is similar to the RCM watermark on your blazer the lieutenant mentioned.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has...
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
It depends. Aside from...
Maybe yours will have...
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. Yes, RCM vehicles have had lights tuned especially to reveal halogen watermark.
This means you can read the watermarks.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden paper, it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it up. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. Something rattles inside, ever so permeables. It's not hidden. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. With your hands, you four-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed. Arson, petty theft. You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the... Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB 41. Then, date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene. Why, yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Feeling isn't really the jurisdiction. It takes about half an hour to piece one together using the system you've devised. It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is, who knows, those pages are missing. What next? One day you may still catch the man with the squid. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 12 cause of failure, rent too high. The mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, people call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk the graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the belles lettres have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution. The case files do not show you finding the author. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of a staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us. In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, It's hard to tell because of their distorted. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals? Or can you keep yourself off the streets? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH, had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations. Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permit can't get out of his apartment, an invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke, who knows? Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa. Well, they were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is murder. Tum-tum-tum at the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead. Of circumstances completely unbeaten to death by a throng of Villalobos gang members when him and his partner J.M., only initials mentioned, answered a Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo. Said it was a Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, so anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah. No one enters, no one exits. He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he used. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin, movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply. And smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was murder at the hookah. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Using the system, not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. The two sides of the board appear slightly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance, or two ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. Two octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral pat. It smells of chewing. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. Familiar handwriting. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and as Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it. Frisson covers your entire body. Your hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A street card. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No. Hold on. To what?
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing again. Nothing sad, brother. Well, almost nothing. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see the man.
You've just picked up some magnesium.
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. An hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet. Forget about the bar. Or don't forget about it. You should totally try to get a drink there too. Calmly, The lieutenant looks out of the...
What are you doing? We should move.
You could definitely go for... The theme clinging to a pic... The set...
Can I help you? Ma,
Thank you for...
why?
I thought...
Well,
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Prod at him and find out.
callous? What are you?
Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a historical materialist. He was a leading figure on the Grad side of the...
No one was implying you were, officer. Where were we?
What?
It concerns...
Just bring them back once you're done, please. Do I have a shaker in my hand?
It's not a shaker. It's...
Am I wearing a little boat? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? Because I'm not a Bart.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community.
Even more reason for me not to serve you, sir. Was there... What thing? Yeah.
We should... We don't.
There are these things called...
What? You're not. You're a menace. Fine. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Absolutely. Your body is ready, sire.
Yes. Have you got it? Like what?
This trash container is locked with a wet... Don't. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time.
A box falls into... Among the... As
The Vic, drop them in. Guitar mark. The belt is...
something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long...
This is a...
The rest of the...
Alright. We should go to guard again.
The fuck?
See? Not really.
The lieutenant nods. There, it's just... What's this? A blue piece, something larger.
Officer, is that your... Yes, it is. Look, if you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the... Well, lucky we found it. You should take stock of what It would also not hurt to...
Some items, such as...
You only in it.
You've acquired an interact...
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list.
Just a racist. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? But it was in the trash. It's just a racist, but it will not. It's the ledger you found in the trash. Right. What more do you need? They're not... Once in a work, it's the middle of March.
Huh? 2. That's a lot. I didn't mean... It's okay.
Like a fan of girls. Yes, a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from Snoop fiction. Yes, all capped. Others appear more light-hearted. It's going to take an effort.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at this... Good.
He understands.
But do you also use the titular? Well, so do I. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after the rev... Again, in your... I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died.
There it was all... Sadly, the ledger only... The lieutenant, he is not...
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
The tasks you've completed flow out to the blue. Inspect the interview. It's a satisfying slash sounds of things to be done.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man.
You don't exactly. An aluminium, the surf, it is similar.
What? Yeah, it depends.
Maybe yours will.
Any capable light. Yes.
This means you can read the
Okay.
while a bunch of sodden then rip 3. You don't have to be a monetary, but they appear a dozen pages of thin. Yes, the rest of the stinking cell. It's made of dark, some permeable. The plastic, something permeables. The plastic with your hands. You force up the acidic stench of rotting food, arson, petty theft. You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose. Yes, you can piece them together. Why, yeah, every last alphanumeric feat. It takes about half. This core, people, the case files do not. The crew agree. The 9,000 people subjected to them, a staggering 78%. In any case, you would. Can you keep yourself threatening? It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant, good. He must, he can't, which is also why it would be. That's all. Who knows? One day you may insufferable dick. They will leave cigarette butts. No, you didn't have beaten to death. Joseph Mills didn't. No, okay. So the case is handed to you because no, yeah, no one Mills. See, you can't even read the thing without. Yeah, he liked his smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. It takes about half an hour to piece. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden. Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 38, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging. The slides snap back into place. Without 2 ticket stubs and a hand, 2 octopuses are smiling. Reaching their tentacle, thin wax paper has it smells. A touch of cinnamon. Familiar. A young woman in her Harry. It begins. You're already reading. I want to throw it away, please. Your hand, every step I take. You jam the compartment shut. It's hard to breathe. Without resistance or sound, the words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly, ever so slightly.
Fuck, does Kuno care? Kuno do-
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit?
Get the fuck out of it!
I'll die before I squeal. I come from the woods.
Don't be tro-
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12. No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 42. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnailed work boot. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. 5. Another standard work. 6. An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkened. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 8. And yet another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows. Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between 2 men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. A woman or a kid? Okay.
He knows it's hard to discern sex from a person's gait.
That's okay. Go on. Interesting. Let's someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor, or maybe a drummer? A drummer only uses the right foot for the kick drum. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear the right shoe before the left.
He doesn't seem to hear you.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. A week, maybe? 7.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction.
Indeed. They all stood in a row. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. The lieutenant's...
Either way. What else?
The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up if he's...
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth. Too late. It's impossible to keep until a pool of vomit lies under your feet and your throat stings from the
It's okay. Happens to everyone. Keep it. The hangover is clearly making this worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear if you can handle the headache. Some officers use it to deal with cadaverine odor. I can't handle the headache.
It's more likely he can handle the smell.
That young woman, the gardener, mentioned if she doesn't have any.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Hello again, officer? Sure. I'm done with that. Go easy on that stuff. It gave...
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start.
the dashboard lights up with orange glow. The lights unfold with a lit.
There you go. I'll turn them off.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro perforations. There are many of them, and they are divided. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. You count 216 perforations. Considering that the last row has 3, that's it. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet a rat brazenly darts past you and
Ah, Martinez. Let me see. Right here. Oh yes. Coal City. Le Roi. Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth? Yes, that does seem quite likely. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around. Wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do, but it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be. Yes. Everyone has their own method. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Anything's better than annihilating you.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page. To the
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing materials. Glad you asked. When junior researcher Olari Tal invented Eternite in the Vartna Polytechnic Institute some 30-odd years ago, he thought it would last forever. Hence the name, Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then?
Be still, my beating heart. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. How see that ladder there? It's probably another way into. Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the that's a fair point. Alright, for the good of... That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity, and a geographic...
Seoul is a protectionist, isolation.
You're barking up the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite. I've never met either one of my grandparents, and I've never been to Seoul. I'm a regular Revacholière.
A point of pride to him.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this. But you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Are they? There are more...
You could use a good, normal peer yourself.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
What do you mean? I have no idea.
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary.
What? Think? I do most of my...
The lieutenant, we all have our different...
Good. Let's change this.
No response. He's having trouble processing it. A moment passes. The lieutenant glances.
What do you want to know? Maybe you can... Then you are not that far behind, actually. 3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk... During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. A security guard or worker of some sort. They didn't identify themselves in any way. There's a strong prejudice against... That's us.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force.
Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest. You mean like a brief? There's no 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. Okay then. Was there any... No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
The lieutenant adjusts his collar.
I'm afraid you don't know. I used better still than an imbecile cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. Later. What? Good. Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced. That's good. Some you time? This is a police investigation.
A moment passes.
What do you want to know? Good.
Fuck does Kuno care? You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was shit. Get
He can't do that, Kuno.
pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right? That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and...
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
What?
What is this shit?
Fuck your shit back to normal.
Well played. No one saw that coming.
It's a vitamin pig? Don't you know anything?
You could use some.
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes,
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
you're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Of course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig. Not for you, pig. Kuno can't wait.
Kuno can't wait.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Yeah, like a fucking...
You're lucky you didn't die there.
Yeah. Kuno's got some advice for you. What are you? Like 80, right? Maybe you should...
Perhaps you could compress this negative energy and turn it into some sort of a Kuno-fied non... That's right. Turn your weaknesses into conceptual strengths.
The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Don't... Kuno doesn't...
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying.
They do after 7 days.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enameled boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white, delicate and fragile. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots.
Oh, the lieutenant uses a memo technique, A6. That's not just any note. It's clearly some manner of super armor.
Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most like. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's Vitreous and it is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree. Piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the...
Fucking talk.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to.
That's for us to find out. Mr. Gart implied he was security personnel for the harbor company. This confirms my own assumptions. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard...
A small bell-like sound fills the air.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy
Faint, organic lines cover the plate like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by... If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy the whirls are in the shape of a letter and number combination. E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me?
X54156745678222.
We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
The stench fills your nostrils.
Stop!
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
You're going to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. You'll compromise the current.
Indeed, from this angle, it does look like the neck isn't going.
What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? How many clues do you need? You already found the number. There's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots. They are fused to...
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around. The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels no...
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we...
The cadaver slowly twists. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the...
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you?
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bell worries me.
The cadaver hangs from an intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to...
As if someone left out most of the night sky.
So am I.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small
A Trigger Sunshine. Mini.
Triggered is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication devices.
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks. His eyes are milky white, and dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The corpse is dead.
Who is he? He is male, 40 to 50, with an...
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself from its state. As you narrow your eyes, this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his... Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck.
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled.
So, what do you think? Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head.
You would still like the hypostasis marks in the neck to be a bit more pronounced.
Maybe it looks faint to you? It could be more pronounced, actually. Dumont noté. Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made...
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno.
I agree.
His personality.
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
A pool of blood and feces has...
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he say?
Talking about shit.
Maybe.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in tattoos and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot. This is a...
Airlifting. I thought it was the local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno... Fuck does Kuno care? The fuck about it? Fuck are you talking about?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing? This is cool.
You hear?
Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big... Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any... Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno, you wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate. Yeah, cock in boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around, so yeah, he's the one you wanna talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes...
Curious, my liege. Why did Kuno feed you this information?
Yeah, Kuno's doing charity today. Kuno Day.
Still, seems suspicious. He may have it in for that guy. Or you may be paranoid. That is also a possibility, sire.
Just a couple of pigs.
Yeah, you
Looks like you're a fagari.
Your test...
get lost.
Kuno doesn't...
I'll die before I squeal, pig. Stay away from me, pig. I'll die before I squeal. You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody.
You can still see the top of her hat. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but
He doesn't actually think the challenge is.
the cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else? You mean like...
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots?
No. Think of the boys from processing as murderers. Only instead of people, they murder crime scenes. Processing is a wrecking crew. They know how to... I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't climb up there and... saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah, bang bang time, pig.
How?
Where the buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah,
Yeah, now we're...
They'll miss. The pigs will miss Kuno.
The lieutenant's brow is furrowed. He appears too deep in concentration to even notice what you said.
I'll blow his head off.
Take it.
Yeah, take the shit.
Silence. With and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5. That's a Kiel A9090 armistice, mass-produced. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's test position, taking aim.
He's gonna fucking miss.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
Fucking idiot.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
No, we are lucky as it is. Any more mistakes could put us... Remain collegial, officer. It was an honor. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely. It's bad as it is. Us shooting... Go ahead. I'm not stopping you.
They only...
This is the sorriest pair of...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take...
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in...
The buckle comes into focus in your sights.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna
Your field of view narrows. The slow movement of the branch.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty? Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, Copper.
Cook waved his gun. It wasn't intense, it was pathetic.
A plume of smoke erupts from the barrel. Your hand goes numb. You missed the belt, but hit the corpse.
Oh my god, he's gonna fucking cry. I knew it. What a mulko.
The armistice is sufficiently precise, officer.
It's not the gun's fault you can't shoot.
Pigs don't have hands, they have...
Kuno has hands. Kuno can shoot that shit down for you.
Cop's bitter because he fucked...
We still need to get him down, somehow. The bad way. The way I didn't want us to. By asking the harbor for help. They have the tools to ask the suspects for help with the victim's body. To be indebted to Everard Clare? Clearly we can't.
Suck my dick, bitches.
The leader of the Union. A danger
Yeah? Don't go being someone else's bitches. You're Kuno's bitch.
from the gates, by negotiating or fighting. I'm unenthusiastic about fighting.
To the gates. Let's negotiate.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. As it should be. Anyway,
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, the man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of a sword. He smiles. It's almost like music. You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. The cobalt blue surface, it leads to a side building. The door does not but
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes. I suppose it's worth seeing if we can get in. Just to be thorough.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
If you say so. Gart is the person to ask about this.
can I help you?
Inside, You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out as you tap on the...
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Third officer, what's the number? And the make of the armor, if you know it. Got it. I'll contact the ICP database immediately.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is an inter-Isolari law enforcement service, the crown jewel in the moral intern diadem, alongside EPIS and the coalition government.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes.
Received.
Lieutenant...
Officer? Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I... You mean, why did I leave?
Why not?
Let's just say, you know whom. What? No, why would you even think that? Please, don't. I already said I don't want to talk about this. You're messing everything up again. No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. No one calls the police. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like...
Legally, no. In reality, yes. Martinez is de facto.
I didn't want...
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, You don't live here. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually. Yes, I know. It's just... No, sorry. People don't have...
So the union has...
It was someone else. We'll find them soon.
Yeah, go on. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there... Yes,
This exact conversation has happened before. It's...
Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's you? Yes, you absolutely should. It's awful that you lost it.
Uniform? I never saw you in any uniform. Please, you were trying to impress some people. You were waving it around and...
Oh, those, I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall, painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains." Very nice visuals there.
Me neither.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
No, please, no more suicide.
There are way more inventive ways than...
No idea. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Well, you tried to jam it down. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
Yes, you have obviously done something.
I'm not mad. It's just... You were so drunk and so... The stuffed bird. I think you said it had been giving you shit ever since you got there. Didn't seem like you had fun doing it, though. Yes, obviously. I've had sailors fighting. Well, you were worse. Even about little things like We Go On by the OO. To hell with that. Then there was... I tried to send the... And then you scream something about how you're a piece of shit human being and why does anyone even let you work as a policeman? That you'd fire yourself, but you can't even do. And then I had to deal with your toilet. I won't even mention you waving your gun around, No, you really weren't. You were simply the worst. God, I knew I shouldn't have brought it up. Just try not to call me again, and let's pretend. Which one would that? Sad? I think the.
Interesting. You still have to find it, however.
Wait, really? No. I was actually flat.
There's a pause.
I didn't know what to say to him later. Then you came and destroyed the place. So I left without explaining. Okay, but please don't mind.
You hear?
Anything else I can help you with, officer? No. And I doubt they'll get back to me before tomorrow morning. Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Yes. Guess what's yours? Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Oh, you know, Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, Liquid Shadow cop. But you... No you don't. Come on, you'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. Wow. Okay. Fuck. The worn and beat.
We can sit on benches after.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant...
This Post Lavantore mail collection box has been heavily vandalized with graffito. A closer inspection reveals the box seems eat shit pig, fucked by the coon, and Saint G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore, and the mail collection box seems cathartic. Thankfully then, so do you. You shudder.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out...
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and... No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game. This felt wrong. Wrong like touching your...
Mon Dieu! Good job, officer. That was an excellent throw. What are you talking about? You just executed a pretty much perfect...
How are you ever going to get the officer's shit off your nose, Gaston? Or even climb out of his ass? Probably because those rooster pants are squeezing you senseless. Whatever.
Yes, officer. What do we need from this gentleman?
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about in Martinez. The union is the law. So can you really blame them? Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary.
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
I'm confident they are indispensable in regard to all the paperwork and other administrative duties. I know the kind. Gaston here is the same.
Oh, René. If you only knew life beyond...
Yes. The terrain here provides... no. It was left by heavy artillery fire. Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use commies, communists, socialists, anarchists, call them what you like. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
This place is a damn beachhead, son. Yes. The Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow. This here is Blood Ground.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't...
Damn right, son. They lit the fire of hell. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez, they keep...
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition,
You don't even begin to truly understand.
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food, and I would have preferred if the right honorable king instead. All that is just, holy, and this is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. A true king in both blood and mind.
Some manner of self-deceit is present in his thinking. Sounds like this Guillaume abandoned him, and he doesn't want to admit it.
The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgot? It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cap.
I have really helped.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston.
René, it's a little... Hello, officer. How might I be of us? Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. No, officers, I'm sorry.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the gauche caviar in the Union.
He means caviar socialists.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always...
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
I'm not even anyone...
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't...
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard. No, I'm sorry, officer. I don't even have a keycard. Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez knows the Claire brothers.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history, only heard about it.
The old soldier. There he stands.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union. He doesn't know anything. Because no one...
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew I hate the socialist rabble. But even siding with them is better than living your entire...
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, Oh, nothing official, I assure you.
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda.
No, thank you. For being Oh, the goal is to throw you. That's the cochonnet. You'll put that knowledge to...
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and...
Books? Postcards? Easy. Even a kid would know. Don't be a fool. As an expert, it's your duty to tell what you know to everyone.
Sir, are you okay? You've been standing here... Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any... My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first. There's talk about this house being cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. That they all go... Exactly, but we've been doing fine so far. They shouldn't be, but they seem...
There must be an economic reason for this.
Yes, sir. If you say so, sir. Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that. And the work of a policeman. And it's kind of like a puzzle, too. You can guess who the... You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yes.
Not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no man. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
You fell to do... She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks. A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. You see a set of
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Welcome to Crime, Romance and Biography. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her nose in... Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled were you to buy books after talking with her? Come now, it's not personal. It's about proper sales practice. My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as mine. Mind your own business, sir. In our society, people...
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
You must be kidding. There's nothing like that happen. Good, sir. What does a young child do with money anyway? No, I say...
Such criminal behavior would not happen in more developed countries.
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and spoiled...
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
The woman before you scans the
Cursed? Who said that? Annette? I will have a word with her.
What in God's name is she
Goodness, you were already doing good, browsing the shelves. Why'd you stop? Don't you feel compelled? Everything is on the shelves. Take a look yourself.
She smiles and nods. These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series. Crime fiction. These books greatly overstate it. What's more, they not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon. You see, Dick Mullen on the job. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen, shelves filled to the... The plaque on the shelf reads, "This bookstore is not strictly..." Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches them. It's not really a map. Still, it's deep.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of it from when some design studio...
The place does not look like a...
They didn't get that far, for some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if...
This large map, ozone, disintegrating in the northeast. A dust mite stands on the north coast of Caillou. In a bookstore, you can, on Caillou, 850 million people live on these little... The ocean breaks apart into a tangle of cosigns and connections to other worlds. Words past, you have little idea what they are. Distant stars, the north coast of a vert to the east, Huron. It's somewhere to live. It's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
The worn map features that your finger moves. Finally.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your...
You see a tattered set of curtains and a polyhedron.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books.
She speaks almost as if she's trying to put a spell. Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more you see some kind of charm. And this is a traditional Seminese ward. inhabitants of, aside from poking at it, just as you're about to.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers. Parapsychologically speaking, we're done if you decide to open them. I won't.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
Why? It's not like anyone was killed there. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. No, it's just a storeroom for the employees, I told you. Now please step away from the curtains. You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. No! Please just talk to me, officer.
Talking is always good. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to crime. I already told you, it's just a story. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn book.
She recites it like it's a poem, or like she's playing a role she's grown tired of.
It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's because this place... Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything? The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's the curse of financial distress, of ruin and bankruptcy. It's not just that, officer. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie, lingering presence. As if I... Most certainly not. I don't...
My liege, you know what this case calls for? A para-detective. Slither up to her, you silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
Are you sure? Don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no para-detective. You look...
You look like one. The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. He silently picks out his notebook.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
You're part Simonese, but I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe?
Certainly so, ma'am.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear? Thank you, sir. There's one...
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
You have? The entity takes the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first... Yes, that chimney is part of the building's... Some unnatural magic, I assume. You... Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite...
Unbelievable, Doc. What you discover? You see a set of tattered curtains. You see...
Oh!
A heavy door with a missing handle stands before you, covered in dozens, if not hundreds, of... After exerting some force, you manage to turn the key. It's eerily silent. The door slides slightly. A barbell lies on it. 60 kilograms. Your triceps hum at the sight of... There are no collars on the barbell. This is a safety hazard.
You're right. The weight may fall off. Better not touch it then. It would be a violation of EPIS safety regulations if the gym was still operating, but it isn't. No one's supposed to come here anymore.
You're alive and well. Don't keep me waiting now. Yes, yes.
Tell her how ghastly it was. You know it's what she wants to hear.
I knew it. Oh, so... But what else did you find?
You don't have anything of substance to tell her until you found that entity of her.
Okay, but please, only a few questions. You wouldn't want to disturb the... It's not good to talk about the curse. Not indeed.
Wow. Void raves. You have new words.
Yes. I've contacted numerous The wards help to keep the doom at bay and protect us against the dark... Oh, this! No, it's a special Himian amulet. There are numerous spells cast throughout the store. I had the books anointed with a different...
Desert pygmy shamans. Doesn't seem like the spell is working.
Sir, I am well educated in the commercial and esoteric arts. I know what to do and what to avoid. Discount my wares? Besides, this would only tempt the phantoms of doom. Yes, the Simonees are very crafty and...
The woman before you scans the...
Hello, sir. How is the investigation going? Found any curses yet? Oh, that's great! I hope exciting adventures lie ahead. And maybe you can help Mother...
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making...
It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days. Feels like forever. Like I was born...
Mazout is an antiquated term for heavy fuel oils. This man has a barely suppressed performative...
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need? He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological...
Ask for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a...
Ah, yes, from the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man.
He doesn't blame them.
Anything else? Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. Huh? Oh. The bosses, man. Makes sense. It sucks is what it does. Oh, high-grade narcotics.
Relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry? also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise, not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically.
Don't be a stranger.
Welcome to Revachol.
Don't you welcome to Revachol me. My grandfather came here from a 3,000-year-old racist. Every school of thought and government has failed in the city. But I love it now. It's men like you who keep Revachol divided, making it that much harder for everyone to climb out of this port.
What he means is, fixation on the Revacholian nation makes it harder for Revachol to actually attain self-determination.
Oh, come on, man. I just said welcome.
I know exactly what you meant. You think my kind doesn't belong here, that I should watch myself. But you see, I'm an officer of the RCM. It's actually...
Silence. The air between them. Your partner needs backup. Now's your moment to shine.
You two make a cute couple. You know...
The lieutenant exhales.
Whatever you say, officers. Oh man, God man. Thanks for that, but no,
He doesn't live in Martinez.
Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but the dock workers are on the strike. Oh, they've been at it for a while. A month, 2 months maybe. But apples.
Apples is exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you had...
Look, as detective, I come from a long line of lorrymen. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of fucking apples, man. Just regular, Koiko picked apples.
Koiko may be another derogative. For a person from Grad, you think?
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him...
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant.
Yeah? Says who? Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell.
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad. Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who... did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I...
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So...
Oh yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our someone with a cart. What did you think it was? That's how it sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very pressed. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our... Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them. It's about biological... Not the most popular topic nowadays, with the coalition in charge and all. You might want to change the topic. That is, bury your head under the sand like common sheep. Suit yourself, officer. Hi.
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave. Feel free to use it if you find a bag, though. I'm sure there are some out there somewhere.
A small cabinet. Their logo.
Just ask me if you need anything from Saint Baptiste. We don't. I don't know. Let's see. Nosafed is a nasal spray. I don't really know what Hypnogamma is. I guess it makes you feel less shit. It's recommended to use after lots of no. Sorry. I'm not.
Nosafed heals +1 health. Dramine heals +3 health. Magnesium heals +1 morale. Hypnogamma heals +3 morale.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except for the big... A colorful there, in that dark green glass. All...
Sure. If you want something, I can get it, but I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. But I guess you already know that. Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? I think they think that the extra T makes it funkier. It doesn't.
The story goes that normal Fritta, with 2 T's, a men's workwear shop in Vredefort, was already taken. So when Fritta Retail Inc. grew into a multinational corporation, they had to add an extra letter to avoid trade.
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got like...
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. Benita. She's a model.
We are not the fashion police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but, I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but I haven't seen it, so,
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask.
Okay. Not really. No. I didn't know him at all. I don't know, really long. Uh-huh.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece. A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III." A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II. Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, well, he blew through the whole national treasury, his own maladministration. Stories have it that he called it the Sol Auron. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person. But wait, you haven't even heard about his fate. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was cocaine. That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years late. Cocaine. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the raw. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art. Those critics might have it wrong, though. Philip III, the Squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, not that he ever did in life either. Small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on the photo, an ambrotype from the turn of the century, as golden as her smile. No response. Wherever this woman is, you're...
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Better... Why? I just...
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy... The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with the driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. A book with ragged edges catches your notice. The front cover features a large, muscular man. The
racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy. Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
Bastards! We have a right to work! Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here. Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence. Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups. You're essentially still workers.
I don't trust cops, but I can see rights of people, rights of workers, to have.
His manner of speaking is wooden, the tone of voice bland and uninspired, almost as if compiling replies from a set of...
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to... We have family.
So do we, Scott.
When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their ass, beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulent. He ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers, raising both fists in the air. The clothes are obviously... Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss. I know nothing about a murder. Wouldn't put it past these harbor bugs. Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us.
We are not picking a side in pity.
Let honest men and women with rights. We came here to help the hawk.
I have a question. Why do all...
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of...
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him...
What's it to you? Am I a suspect? Done no crimes.
Every once in a while, it's like you can see glimpses of another guy under the guise of this fighter for jobs.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill. Worked at...
Pretty okay as far as lies go.
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Lonesome, long way home. Here we go. Home awaits. Walk past Station 41 and through the mark.
Scab?
You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to do with the...
I was just messing with you. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money. Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife? Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder. That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Don't tell me. It's a better... The little boy had a good on his promise. To get me into trouble. To sick the pigs on me. Pardon the choice of word.
What happened?
I was asked to look into that armor situation. Official Union probe, you know. Track it down, see who took it.
Did you?
At first I thought, why not? Maybe the pieces can feed the strike. Buy us a few more days, and so I went to this boy. He said he'll make me his prison bitch. He's got eyes everywhere, and it serves me right for doing menial footwork. I dropped that probe right then and there, and it still got me into trouble. I learned that people don't want to talk to a drunk Union man about some armor.
What else?
Not much. Technical stuff mostly. That was the interesting part. I did some research into this armadura. Let's say I have friends at the library. I didn't get into the material.
How does it come?
In parts. 4 in total. The helmet was the first to go. The kid says he tore it off and kicked it into the sea. I believe him. So, as I count, there are 2 parts missing. The gauntlets and the cuirass. This is where I left off. Too much hassle. More like a job for some militia. Oh, they're just gone. They don't exist anymore, if they ever did at all. Forget about them. I did.
All of it? There are junior officers out there, eager to prove themselves. I would leave some.
It's implied he finds it
And Mesqui's epic then, all across Martinez. I hope it will be a real bonanza. It's a minor nuisance. It's all good. No problem. If you see that kid, thank him from Call Me Mañana. Thank him for showing me the way. You know, serious business.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike too. Just can't break the command structure and tell you now.
Body betrays your
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
That is precisely the next you reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but your mouth moves. But the one who Occidental Haplogroup B.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Begging for help. Attempting to pass via for cooperation. How far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the... You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this. Bring your troops to the walls. Will be.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. He would the best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic.
You are obviously a liberal, Sailorite. A polyculture. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you... Those are the Simonese. A receding genetic pool has led them out on reprehensible street parades. In mound cities like Stat, you know them by the names of their nation-state.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotvoldian descent. They do not all have. In some municipalities of Oranje, people do.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental racial purity, and the Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the ancient Meteorans of the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen. As proven by the Maun and the Mesk, Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Seminese and the Areopagites are sleek. The latter is perfected and adapting. Together they form the Semino-Areopagite. Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous
The Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white officer in a suspect description.
To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. Pinkness is a racial quad. The Khoiko, the countless micronations.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
Its leaders will be the Revacholians, halfway between Type A and...
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up, naive Chespius. The revolution came to Ravachol. The revolution is fatal familial insomnia. Enough of Tibet. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments. Lesser races like the Mosquito, a grotesque mixture of a Mesk woman and a Seminese man. Only possible if the mother is... The Mosquito is born sterile.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile offspring.
You are right. You have. Then there is the Semino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish to know of the Semino Koiki? That is understandable. Were there more forts in them? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is? You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity, I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss. Oh, don't be vulgar. White or not has got lit. Mr. Claire is a man of vision and means. He has the... Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only...
He looks toward the harbor, motionless. The tattoos on his face, like a web. He does not so much as glance.
Stop showing me your...
He had nothing to do with it.
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection.
The drawings are precise and look true to their pseudo-scientific ambitions. One thing, however, it is not entirely free of throwbacks in the phylogenetic tree. His large jaw, for example, could be a trait indicative.
The size of the earlobes is not a...
Your earlobes are flawless, Jean-Luc.
Yes.
That atavistic stigmatum makes...
Babe, thanks. But I got this.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of river? Yes, women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. There's a slow, painful... It is one of betrayal and...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserable. You should take care of that, then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, whose? Her eyes move up and down your person as though taking your measurements. Her attention is scientific.
Why, you are, officer. You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your... You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come...
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by...
That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about it anyway. Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. I can assure you, with absolute...
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. I wouldn't be of much thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair. Perhaps another time. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about your financial troubles. When do you get your next paycheck?
You must be joking. Although our pay does.
It's not easy to assert your right to a decent living wage when you don't have a strong...
Interesting idea. This Everard sounds powerful. Maybe.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I don't have money for you. If there's anything else Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. The new disco dancing. It seems like a life. Much has changed, but it is still the... Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? You're joking. Try again, one more time. What year is it? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this.
Her relief is palpable.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have...
Meaning, buying is voting.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since... But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides,
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something... It has something to do with everything. You were doing quite well up until the end there.
A sigh. The lieutenant...
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs, and while I'm no doctor, someone more educated in sweeping.
No. I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though, of course, dear.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window. Yes. Wait, what? Yes, the bird. I found it lying on the floor with a broken wing. Why didn't she just tell me that? I don't care about stuff. All right. Did she say anything else? About me? Really? I should give her a call then. Thanks, I guess. Was there anything else you wanted, or...? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation.
Forgive me for saying this, but your call... I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Not until you bring...
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Yes, have you got it? Yes. Yes. Have you got... Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed? As a police officer, you must evidence being money. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a Oh, wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have to call you an ambulance. Not until you...
Okay, I might have something in...
Oh, Lieutenant.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell.
Transport enclosure. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather...
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. I don't know. Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Called East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the doomed commercial area. You hear static from the
Yes, hello.
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an... The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you.
Who cares that you don't remember her? Just go along with it.
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. Ever since I came to work here.
A spot of static overrides her.
It's so nice. It's so nice.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. This coin-operated viewer is facing a thick layer that's Kuno on the lens. Under the graffito, as you know this to be the star of... This coin, why place a tourist attraction in the middle?
There was a revitalization project in 40. They got as far as the street lamps and the statue.
The lieutenant, your money disappears into the curtains on the display open. The lenses shift. The ghost shot. It looks as if it was a bad...
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out. Really?
Whoa! A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. It could...
Hey, up here, Piggo.
A sturdy metal door. The door rattles against your knuckles. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not... The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No. I'll go check the backyard.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the east. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! Doesn't matter. The police? No. I'll go check the...
Backyard door. There must...
Madame, I assure...
There is no reply. This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. Because this is no order, all the other walls on all the... Oh, wall father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I suppose we have to pass by it again.
So much for a quiet smoke.
There must be another way into the building.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my... What can I do?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Oh no, not at all.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through here. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh God. The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Truth be told, she was...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it? In that case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find...
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon, and I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. My apologies, officer.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing...
Of course. I doubt it, but I can try and answer. I do my best to keep my...
He doesn't know anything.
The corpse behind the hostelite. Ask around the harbor.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hub...
Roy takes the hubcaps from...
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign...
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you. Here's the 130 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest is for him, to compensate for the pain.
Anything else you're thinking of selling? Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps. Sure thing. Sure, man.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted.
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
Yes, officer. As you see...
The light pole. This would make quite...
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. The light has undergone 3 transformations, and every transformation...
The light has been removed and rewired.
The most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary...
Okay, that checks out. The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved. One, especially, just make sure it works before you buy it.
Absolutely. I've tested...
That's odd. Why doesn't he like music?
He is a good one, that.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback. Why? What's this?
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too.
He lost his cap when he lost his head. Perhaps he's looking for the... A couple of indicator lights are missing. This panel, you pull the lever. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the water. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? The worker is in a deep slumber. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. The worker is in a deep slumber.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, well... Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay, the electronic lock to your room has been disabled till... Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Do I have a shaker?
It's not a shake,
Am I smiling?
because he's not a bartender.
That's right. I'm the
Play it calm. This man needs to understand.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella.
Yes?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray. Light it. Who knows what you are? A monster. How very astute of you. This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette. Good. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonus. This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going over my notes. You mean this? This isn't good. It's an unnecessary trial of will. And unhealthy, yes. It's been a long and eventful day. Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's... I would say our initial inspection was very... Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal. And
by not ideal, he means he can't believe he let you try that trick and would be angry if he didn't feel the outcome was partly his responsibility.
Right. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare. We didn't talk to the Wild Pines rep. We really must do that tomorrow. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the run?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebel Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can... Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the... We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and you can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power, as you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in the watermarks. We are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courron and La Delta. The coalition government and the moral intern. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the Moralinton leases us the right...
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. The Moralinton are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And what do they believe in? They are DeLoreans. They believe they continue...
Those others say.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not.
Something kind and usual. Something almost... Something even a little feminine. But in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look at... Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce, spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are.
The dying lights of the city, an aerostatic passes overhead. The whiskers of its floodlights on the ground.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. We run this city. West of the river is ours. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth... Me too. But I wouldn't count on any... Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair,
Yes?
the window stands. The bed is cold.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The door is closed. Still no answer. Still nothing. This door can only be opened with...
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night with a knife. Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals, shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time. And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it? So? North Jamrock. Kuno meant everything north of 881. The rooster fucked Kuno's words up. Kuno doesn't do so.
Kuno sent your fat ass running around like jello!
Look, pig. Kuno sent you to rough some people up. Kuno played you. That happened. Now you and Kuno should move on. You got fucked. You got fucked, pig. Fucked bad. After this shit.
Yeah, real interesting.
Kuno doesn't...
Can't believe you didn't take the shot. Fucking coward. Waved a gun like a...
An old East Delta Commerce Center. This must be the name of the... The bed is cold. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out, and then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated, and it barely covers your toes. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half full. Something to do with. What was it that the lieutenant said? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you. Until
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question. You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, you know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. Reality will turn into a grotesque. Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are they? Were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now you failed, Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And no, you haven't. You're just sleep talking. And you'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time.
Stinky boy.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thought. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Oh, just a dream. You have ones like that. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to. Of course, Martinet, you and Speed will be happy again. You will make her. The door is closed.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly a man who drink beer for breakfast. There's talk of... I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right...
But aren't you...
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway.
Just a moment. And there's no...
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad... Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know, I was also hoping she'd heard...
A little missing persons puzzle. might just be the thing to take your mind off the hangover.
That's just it. This is... you have more important...
More important than a missing expedition? I don't...
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly... But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock.
The waterlock? That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh, sweetie. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust... Oh my. What happened to the waterlock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me and...
You're welcome.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other...
Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh, yes. A zoologist.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological...
That's one opinion, yes.
My apologies, ma'am.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology. One specialized searching for such species called
The quality of research at Revacholian universities has been on the decline.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically.
Ah, yes. Phasmatodia. A dive...
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing...
It's not made up, officer. It's simply elusive. So much so that some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article. And of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Not at all. Why else would it hide it? Yes. It can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it... Oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not... Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well,
You can't go around Revachol feeling grown men's hands. If you want to find her husband, you'll need more concrete information.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter.
The lieutenant pulls out.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically sad by a dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. We hit it off and...
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
You're an enthusiastic...
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting my time?
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? That's Titus. Talk to him. But know this. I'll be keeping...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make...
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't, like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. What are we going to do? The Union isn't going to do.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the art aggressive. You make your living.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murders.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 25.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your...
This is where you say your bed.
Detective.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something?
Do not let their squeals disturb your serenity. These are but simple peasants, sire.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here.
We are looking for Titus Hardy.
Wow. The RCM sent us some real big dick cups.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cup.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real nice.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
Do a head count first. Connect these men to the tracks you saw in the yard. Chances are they're going to match. Starting from the right. Boot size 44. Blonde man, in his 30s. Sitting on his right. Standard working boots. Size 4 across at the other table. Hobnailed working boots. Size 43. Gang tattoos. Mesk. He spent his youth in Villa Labos, a housing project in the Jamrock quarter. And then, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. The emblem on his vest says Rowing Club. In the far corner, standard working boot. Steel reinforced toes. Size 44. On his neck. Forget it. It's not Let's call this one the musician. Size 41. With the light step. Not a child, after all. An older man. In the middle, heaving and wheezing. Big guy. Boot size 46. Deep marks. In conclusion, these 7 are the actors on the crime scene. The footprint exactly. You've stood there for about 4 seconds, not...
The fuck is with you, fella? So, you're not just here to swing your bit.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Container belt? Like, because we took it from the harbor where we work. We did this together. All of us. Until he was dead. God damn.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened?
All 7 together. They're diluting responsibility. It's an anti-arrest tactic.
Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out.
What kind of
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experience.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story I've ever seen.
Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm RNE's goddamn...
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did.
Sire, the tale is true. This is a serious violation of the karaoke code.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers.
From rape to harassment to threats of violence. What? He regrets mentioning it. Hopes you didn't notice.
To kill us all if we don't open the gates. If we don't...
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you.
Yeah, me and Eugene got her out. Aren't you fucking...
There's something odd. Seems like they don't want to talk about that rape Titus mentioned. Why not? This is a serious allegation. Make them talk about it.
No. You're not getting the name. That's a mark.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Chaise électrique is the method of capital punishment in...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
The River Esperance Correctional Facility, a military prison run by the Coalition, dubbed Reunion by the inmates. The origin of the...
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon.
This isn't something he came up with on the spot. It's his standard reasoning, a product of many years of being Titus.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest A. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
A trick question. Don't let her lead the conversation.
That's for the courts in Les Jardins to decide. Not for the officer making. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good...
Known him? We don't associate with scum. Yeah! Who do you think we...
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when...
By the Pines cow, you mean the representative for White Pines?
No. I mean the Pines cow. Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer, your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
We hanged him up by his neck.
Didn't they teach you anything?
This is where an autopsy would come in handy. You have to work with what you know.
Titus.
We overpowered him. Dragged his unconscious body to the tree. put a noose around his neck.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Make them a bit more uncomfortable first, then see if it all adds up.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker.
This one has a distinct style. He puts so much whiny emotion into everything he says, it's hard to see if he's lying. But he could be. Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given, well, this one, but he's always...
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
It's almost an anthropological sight, watching him try to assert dominance.
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now making...
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go...
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. So I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder. Even if it is...
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real. What are you talking about, madman? There's no... Or what? You want to be...
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
It has to be good, if he won't let you pursue.
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy boy. It's a she.
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy. You're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't...
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
There's no point in pushing it further, he thinks. This is already a victory. We'll learn more about this 8th Hardy sooner or later.
Again, just get the dead.
Good one, Titus.
About fucking time.
I've got nothing to say to you. I am not.
You could be, Liz. You could be anything.
Even Ahmad? Glenn.
He's right. With a face like that, she could be on the cover of Le Debutante International.
So fucking what? Lots of models are...
No, Glenn. They aren't.
This didn't change her opinion of... It's not her. She's not a Hardy girl. Definitely.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know reality.
She is like a student unexpectedly called upon by a teacher. Can she...
I don't really know anything. I mean, I'm 15. I don't know. What about it? Cool.
The tear machine. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with... Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Yes. The armor was produced by... It was part of a special order for Corps de Pharmacie, a security firm. So, it seems the armor went to Seminine. That's where the paper trail ends, though. Even the firm has proven difficult to... The most recently registered firm that the ICP has been able to connect to the CDP is a...
A suit of armor like this would have been manufactured with a particular person's physique in mind. You should ask for whom.
Yes, but the ICP tends to be reluctant to share private sector records. I could try... Sure. Call back tomorrow. Hopefully I will have more information for you then. Not yet. But I... Just a second. Sylvie... Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What else do you need, detective?
You hear the call breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a... Yes. Oh, great. Please, no. You were trying to impress some people. Great. Anything...
You hear...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57?
In the cabin, you see a set of...
Hola, wandering man. How can I... Body still hanging in the tree? I'm not really an admirer of that. I don't operate in that capacity.
If it's all so...
Aye. Walk right past measure... Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacy stuff. Then press the button, then go past him again, and you enter the arbor through the office. Está. Don't worry. Or you could convert to his Semini... Not yet, no. He's... incredibly... Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven... Sure. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin narrowly slipped.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't mean to throw it like that. It's a thing we harbor folk. Was not meant as provocation or ridicule.
The boyardero stares at you with respect. Then, gesture.
Right. Always glad to help out the RCM. We're on the same branch, you and I.
The unpromising race pupil. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition,
you pick up on something artificial.
The hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman. Fine. They have recently fallen under the influence of a... Find out for yourself.
Interesting.
And... Look, babe. The mignon.
So unadvanced.
The basic race education he received in high school has basic racist. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad. Like a little boy. Very well. You may enter the door once.
Finally. Let's go.
Hola, wandering man.
things are busy enough.
The hulking man oozes stuff.
We were promised work. Main gate's locked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk. Why don't you go out?
It would be better for the neighborhood.
No! They will.
On second glance,
it's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork.
The drawer opens, hundreds of documents containing logistical and the same materials being handed. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and hundreds of documents contain and the same materials being. You already went through all of these. Look how blurry all hermeneutics was almost within your grasp. But now, only vague you're a police officer, not a spiritual healer.
Is that what you're doing with those photos over there? Right. This is probably not relevant to our case.
You're trying hard, but the data here is unbelievably dry. Something about contain. The drawer slides. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is. Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Yes, it was probably you. It does. The service cloak issued to you by your state.
As your fingers touch the. The front of this quarterly journal features a because white antlers are one because Friesel was to your disappointment. After rifling, the magazine is divided into several sections. Comrade, as you know, this journal, but like the structures of capitalist ideology, only 4 issues in. So please, if you value our
What do you expect?
You flip back to the front of the magazine. This is the night watchman's. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young couple.
Why did you take that picture of René? Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping around here.
Rusting marsh. On.
container, I'll turn you nice.
The lyrics to this the accent is so thick.
Container, you Everard. He looks after. I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier.
The containers in the yard it's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the bit. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates. Keep it. We're on a strike. The whole union is.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everett is in his office, where he always is. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys, but Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had people say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you...
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Yes. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Oh, Lizzie, she is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything.
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows if me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real. Dr. Lemaitre said so. And she knows about such things.
Law school? Could she be talking about the union fixer? AKA the gardener.
Looks like it.
I'm not sure what a fixer is, but she is a real nice girl. Smart as a whip too.
Telling the gardener you know her name might throw her off.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots. Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office of... Bye-bye now.
Marsh. On. Arrête. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprise, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can move in this container, of course.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Before you stands a cargo.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? It's a cargo container. We're not here to interact with
You attempt to turn the hand to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with no reply. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after.
You're back before the cargo container. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant considers your action. You attempt to your left. The lieutenant... Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his...
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Mar... I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health...
He looks extremely comfortable.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the...
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a...
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least don't thank him for it.
Okay. I respect a man. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter.
His slug-like lips move, but the world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I know everything. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost...
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating.
Mr. Dubois. Mr. Dubois. Harry. Mr. Dubois.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's...
Don't be dramatic. I can see your...
What an odd demonstration of... you...
Okay, enough. We are...
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Of course. Let us dispatch with a formality. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe.
I think the odds of that are very low.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his...
I assure you, there's nothing to be I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you had some concerns.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pets it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your...
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very...
That means he doesn't really know. A pity. The mystery of you will have to...
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on.
You might have noticed there's one...
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get...
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate value. But of course, all joking aside, Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. And, Jean, please take it easy with the race science. He's had enough of that. You can find Jean-Luc down at the gates, but you already knew that. Anyway, he's going to help you. Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Harry! Kids could be playing gun roulette with it as we speak. Teenage gangs could be...
I assure you, we are working on locating...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent. Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand, but there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging.
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines.
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to...
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it...
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then...
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more important...
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I'm a loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Fantastic, my friend. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly... Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have...
Smooth talking? Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container.
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry, of course. No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Your race bonanza is safe with me. Anyway, I assure you. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened. You attempt. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions. You're back before no reply.
Unpromising race pupil. So it was. My unpromising race pupil.
You're so nuts.
There's a but.
But while I am gone, someone must stand guard on the bridge. That someone needs to be you. Both of you.
This is the uncomfortable result of not taking it down.
Listen to your little friend. He is wise in his childlike way. Babe, see that they stay here the whole time.
woman's gaze followed.
So, you guys are like cops or something? Look at him. His craniometric perfection. Are you cops or what? Have you ever thought that maybe things
You hear that? That sound. He's breaking.
Yeah, Jean-Luc must be really tearing it up over there.
Look at you! RCM rent-a-cops! Guarding that bridge like Everett's lapdogs! Is this where it's at?
And who are you? What is your business here? Why are your clothes 4 sizes too small for you?
A shrill laughter interrupts you, echoing across Martinez. The man turns to look behind him at the behemoth appearing around the corner, approaching him, walking past him.
The corpse has been removed from the tree. Stand down and congratulate yourself. You have sided with her, and what you had to do was to become a Union man for all to see. There is nothing I cannot possibly.
So, how'd you like our harbor?
You've been in there, he means. Talked to the boss man too.
It's but a rest area? Right. You talked to the boss. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Oller Weasel? Oh. What you're looking for is a basement door behind...
Okay, but where did you get...
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. None of this mess we're in. This I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big pictures.
He means he's not going to tell you, cause he doesn't know. But he will shoot his mouth off with you now that you're working for Everett.
Los Ardis? They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. We're negotiating our share. Aye. All of it. However, right now we want all the harbor workers to be on the company's board.
This seditious talk sounds like communism. Just so we're on the same page, communism is basically wanting to kill the rich people. Or
no. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value, even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. We don't have to. Sure thing.
This was great.
The mercenary, eh? Who could have killed him? That's indeed the question. Why even do such a thing? What a thought! Why would noble workers Your dead guy was an enemy combatant. He was an agent of the opposition, attempting... I ain't the murdering type, but that's just me. Large organization...
He's not lying about not doing it himself.
Understood. This has been of limited...
No problem. I wish the best to you and your...
Right to work! Right to...
The tear machines. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money... An old East Delta commerçant, an off-key.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid...
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Pardon? This is not cool. Please just stop calling here.
A single beep. You ring the... What an ominous... You ring the doorbell. But you wait for a minute or two. Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell. Silence. No one answers. Silence. No one.
What do you see?
The corpse lies on the ground among the remains of an absolutely demolished pinewood branch. It's gently laid on...
Mr. Measurehead has done a good job. Nothing is too broken or compromised. The victim is ready, yes. 1. Investigation of the scene. 2.
The RCM's 4...
The fuck are they on about? Cop's gonna cut his shit up!
No, you and I are detectives. The honorary rank of detective signifies our ability to handle the entire incident chain. An honor and a burden attached to your rank once you've proven yourself able, usually after 5 to 8 years of field work. Mine is Lieutenant Detective. You are. Your station would not have assigned you on this case if you weren't. Now, it's either this, or we complete the initial interviews. We already met Evrard, that only leaves the Wild Pines representative. There's one in town, negotiating the strike. She could have information.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Muindi, is the world's highest summit. And you must have me confused with the Copperpedia. You, sir?
Unfortunately, no. And hygienically? Let's not go glove hunting, please. Let's use division of labor. I perform the anatomical side. That's right.
Yeah, we got this. We're smart. The dead man stares in silence. Above those, an 11 field info form need.
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to
KK57 dash.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. He's indexed the... That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
And what would that make the alphanumeric?
HDB 41 08 1015. It's understated.
Good. Let's go with that. NA. Next. NA. Roughly...
Dry 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Muindi. This is as vague as it gets. The pudgy mess of curdled meat.
Fucky fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly. And
we're still going with March 4th. What else? 9. Body identified by...
HDB 41 0803 listens, motionless, with the cop.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Interfering with the body's position or wounds post-mortem. They'd have to have incapacitated and carried him over. This man was more than a match for untrained dogwalkers.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-DeLorean burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Jamrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette bull-like against the window. And so, all across Jamrock,
we should start the postmortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more.
The rest of the clothes have been removed post-mortem by scavengers in order to get to the victim's ceramic armor. Officers are in search of the missing pieces.
It would be clever of you to omit the boots altogether, sire, if you are to keep them for yourself, as you ought to.
The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single, continuous. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short.
His hair feels wet, soaked with rain, cold to touch. The stench is suffocating. More hair sticks to your hand.
Lividity is consistent with hanging, albeit faint.
Fucking low velocity. You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and ligature mark. A steel wiring. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters. The hanged man lets out a joyous little bubble of rot from...
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark.
See? My pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling.
You are? You're Kuno's pig?
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already, a really, really bad smell is coming from there now.
Yeah, fuck him!
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He sinks the cutters. Snap. The knot is slashed. Another...
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact.
No! It's gonna...
I fucking knew it!
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury.
The dead man's penis is average-sized, congested from the downward...
Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars. too numerous to count.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat.
We have a real museum. Last item. Hands.
The hand is surprisingly heavy to lift.
Hands are clean. No sign of injury from struggling. I was. Maybe I'm just not seeing them. Honest. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing.
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of...
I think that may well be the moral of every... Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the...
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge fluid runs down.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental...
No scream. No sigh of relief. It's hard. Once more, you taste stomach acid in the back of your throat. Inside, you see darkness. Silence as always.
Hemorrhaging present in mucus. Hepatobiliary. NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert?
Hepato means liver, and biliary, the gall. Nothing in your alcohol-soaked memory directs...
Neither am I. That's it. Same for toxicology and serology. NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's a spin stabilizer and an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention those. Better not to muddy.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck him if you love him so much?
Now, injuries. Head, chest, and your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury. So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury. A stone. The injury does not have...
At maximum velocity, fucko!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the...
Right. Next, a dark red abraded ligature mark, and I see hemorrhaging.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked.
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause. We were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstance, I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to for processing.
I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something. I'm gone.
Into the wild pale yon in the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer. Go ahead, copper. What do you mean? It's the power of your... You imagine... Go ahead. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more? Here you go, you loony. Fuck no. You're not a Harry either, because you have. Do I remind?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure I got out of that one? Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori.
You run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs. His fingernails have turned dark.
Do you think we missed something? Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another. It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they...
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man?
Only if all else fails.
Or remember the buttons on that intercom over there, on the side of the building next to the word.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find. I thought we decided to leave it to processing.
Okay, so you can sneak out of your room maybe, after he's gone asleep. An old East Delta Commerce Center. Silence. No one answers the doorbell.
Can I help you? Yes. For the dead body. You want to put a dead... Well, I have a fridge, and you're not putting it here. Because this is a culinary...
It would only be...
Lieutenant, you too? You're asking too? No, the answer...
Let's go talk to the Frit clerk.
Is this a... right behind you. Yeah. You're joking, right? Okay.
Now that I'm looking at it, maybe a glass-doored fridge in a public grocery store isn't the best option.
Yeah, I don't know. Right behind you. Yeah.
She's playing with.
Hello? Me? No one.
She doesn't really want to be. If she's such a working class woman, why isn't she working.
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class it is. I know you are. Mm-hmm. What with?
The woman before. A striking woman leans against the cabin.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
Phaeton, my maiden name. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this...
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that
He's trying to signal something.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called... It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. My sloop? I like it a lot.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Good. Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to sign. Good luck is only kept in place by the...
What the man means is that the Emergencies Act...
You'd be shooting yourself.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about... I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Let's say I was not...
And when did you...
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after...
This isn't the first time the union has gone...
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical...
Ludicrous, even. It's meant.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature. Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiate. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. Every worker, a member...
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they...
An opening gambit, surely.
So I hoped. But this type of opening is... And now, people are getting lynched, I hear.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was...
This checks out. No, wait. The chief negotiator heard it from a man at the gates. Surely the Wild Pines group has more effective champions.
The scabs? You mean the huddled mass if they were organized by Wild Pines?
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost.
She's being sarcastic. Don't take her performance literally.
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when one's term as foreman is up, it's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once organized labor at its best.
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried, and your opinion, detective, if I may ask. I'm a curious and talkative person, indeed, and a hungry one. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever downright haunting, if you ask me. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41, Detective Dubois. I'm afraid
Oh, and what happened to yours, Detective? I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this Oh dear. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply...
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Of course. But the situation is extremely volatile. The sooner we can speak about this lynching business, what we do...
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is and that is the terminal.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes, Saint-Baptiste, Elysium, an unknown entity known as...
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue. Yes, past a certain point, numbers begin to seem imaginary. But a conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, they started as an exploration and cargo fleet. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the Great You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break. Every hiccup in such a system means thousands lose their jobs, the world over. I'm here to assure that doesn't... That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help. That's the man who was killed. Better not tie the forestay. You have? And how did you like Mr. Clare? Oh, come on now. He has his uses. How else would he have stayed in corruption? That's how he's done it.
The position of my unusual colleague does not reflect...
Of course. And I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. How could I stop you?
Intellectually speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what she has to say.
Of course, Detective. Until then, is there anything this reality?
Yes, reality is yours, an experimental side case.
No, but please, a little...
We have time for you to tell me why you need a...
How truly curious. A sort of Oh?
Yes. Why don't you tell Mrs. Messier what you told me, hmm?
Ah, yes. The episode.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well.
We may be here a while then.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. Yes, we're...
Known to the early Revacholians as Elysium.
I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the art... I would be happy to. These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second for the big time, the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. Who gets... The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them, of course.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The coalition of nations, Grad, the moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way, at least not in the same. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same...
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be... They are what they... Anyway, enough... It's a neurological disorder caused by a lack of vitamin B in the... Well, it's either bariatric surgery or long-term...
She nods slowly.
What I am not...
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Of course you're not, my dear. I'm just terrible at guessing. This is the pier or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. This one used to be 8, mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion. Young people who dye their hair funny colors. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the supraculture.
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. I dabble in those dark arts myself, not so long ago. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, the new, a cultural era. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there? Ah, yes. This is not very central to reality, is it? Maximum brio, officer.
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's what is all of this.
What world?
The camera of her mind glides over the
Great bodies of water, forest-covered surfaces.
It must be. This is the greatest and the kindest around.
Indeed. There is a term of endearment they coined for it. Elysium. It does. A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists. Oh, you want a picture of the world? Great things are difficult to achieve. We used to think it was a sphere.
ORG, Occident Revachol Grad.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Yes.
A cold fear seeps into you.
You seem to be spooked. Please don't. They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter, so I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute. But this is one of the greatest questions. You have misimagined it. I don't have... It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco, but you already have.
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself. The lieutenant observes you both, silently. He adjusts his glasses.
The pale is not.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
Ma'am, remember you are dealing with a very sensitive and impressive...
The Lieutenant's right. Let's...
This is not going to happen with the lieutenant present, unless you can convince him to step aside. Is what you want to do, but...
Yes? Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. Glad to have been of assistance, of course.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there. Oh, yeah. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't. That's just what it's like. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Sure. And has it? Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. Boo-hoo. The system is broken. Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone, that's right. 100%. Fuck. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gossamer state that is Revachol? You and I both, but they got those indirect modes of taxation. 98% of all your money. What are you not sure about? They're milking your nipples till they bleed. Can't you see? Aren't you sick and tired of having bloody nipples? It's all about the tax issue, hustler. Hey, psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more. Oh yes, the mass of everyone can see that. So tell me, do you failure? It's about failure. Of course you do. You are failure. You are commune. You alone. Against every living thing. Against every you. Against the atom. Now get to work, comrade. Very well. I guess no objections. It's mathematically anyone. There's no one. Okay then. A sturdy metal door got the door.
Stop banging on the door! The police? No. Go check.
Backyard door. There must be another entrance to the...
There must be another way into the building.
You see a young man.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
It's the voice of someone who has something to hide, my liege.
There's no trouble. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be...
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturb...
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh.
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more...
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply. gesturing no with his cigarette. In the neighboring wind.
My name? My name is...
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? I can tell...
What were you doing?
Oh.
Wait, is someone else
No, not you.
And when did...
Last week?
He's an actor.
You didn't answer the question.
It was my son.
He doesn't reply.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going. Good luck with the investigation.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have... He could be a witness. There has to be a way.
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. You knock silently.
I guess no one is in.
The leather upholstery. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you.
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for. But apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about. I mind that the local thug is using the RCM for his... On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrart we opened the door. No one seems to... Yes, presenting a fabrication is known to get results.
The door is right here. You can just open. There's a pile of...
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are... Those...
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool. Oh, very interesting.
This is how a sea monster sees them.
Wow, officer. And they can be yours for a mere 3 real.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps...
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
Abort.
Damn, officer. You look like a mega...
No, you are definitely not buying those.
Are you sure? But they look so good on you. You should think this through, officer.
There are clothes and...
Don't be shy.
Save the economy. That sounds off. You find your...
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand.
No good. They itch.
All natural materials, see? Real wool, 100% skin friendly. Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to look around. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? That's good, officer. That's exactly what the economy wants you to do.
You see...
I can see you with taste for luxury, officer.
A pair...
Those...
Only? That's madness. Fun, ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some... These once...
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here. Then look at them again. These are the premium lifestyle sneakers, officer. No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi so well. But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go, if on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too.
Damn, so you have to buy the sneakers first.
Right to work! Right! You see a heavy steel door. The door does not. The door does.
Yes?
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet. He nods.
No problem, officer.
The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives you a quick glance. This door can only be opened with a...
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time? I suggest not wasting time on trivial pleasantries.
Even though she has excellent control over herself, something moved behind her eyes. In the way she stands.
No. Talk to Titus. I said...
Even though she has
You are not here to chat up the legal counsel. You are here to question...
Hold on, Wandering Man. Okay.
The file cabinet stands steady as ever. The drawer slide. This is the night what? The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheet. Oh boy, weird. Maybe this was a bad...
I'm not here to tell you what to do, detective.
You take the painkillers. You stand and...
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. Oh, that's very nice. I haven't... One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her, because you... If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way...
He doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as that.
Of course, I have no interest in what she is doing. Tell her about all of it. My
It is rather interesting to tell people things.
Are you shitting me, Harry? Did you not really open the door and are now just telling me you did? You're a wild one, Harry.
Good. Now take it a bit further. Take it home.
I bet it was, Harry. But seriously, what did...
A guy who has antagonized the Union in a Union-run town. Maybe it's political.
That's exactly what I thought, Harry. What a weasel. And for the record, I was only curious, not testing you.
He was testing you.
Thank you, Harry. You have shown me that the Barder's Union and the Citizens' Militia can indeed... It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild...
You mean our victim?
A security contractor? I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yisut, Semenine, Sadamoritsa, you name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing... Now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. Yes, I'm an old man, but enough about me and my fun container. One of them got downright suicidal.
By negotiator, you mean?
Harry, what you need to realize is, we got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. Potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions. There's a militant wing inside the Union. A group of people who's...
That sounds a bit like...
They're like you guys. Idealistic people who want to make sure...
Again.
So these...
One day Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says... He probably worded it differently, but that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him.
Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this?
Oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and...
He places a lot of faith in that lawyer girl. Perhaps this is a tactical error. Anyway.
How do I know? Last week, these guys...
So you believe the scabs were organized by the security contractor?
You said it. Hell, one of it... Of course. You're always one step ahead of me, Harry. Oh, Liz is a bright one. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. Oh, they are simply fine young men. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. Gotta love his...
Interesting. Who's second?
They're almost all of them great guys. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them.
He's betting on them being useless to you.
But of course, it's the least I can do for...
You can now go and tell Titus about this.
Also, Harry, here's 5 real. I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5... Oh, I wasn't offering it to you, just holding it out there. But I'm willing to share information. Was there anything else? Was it a good... I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr... Yes, Harry. It's like I can't...
A man of the left. So you have to be a social democrat.
What does your heart tell you about your lost gun?
And what would this entail?
Once again, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper, and then mail it. I'm glad you asked, Harry. The Union is going to build a modern youth centre. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have...
It depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful.
But, he thinks, it's your call.
As I said, it weighs on me heavily. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez. And maybe...
He's saying as little as possible, as vaguely as he can.
On the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it. A gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry. They are just going to have to deal with the construction noise.
Is he absolutely sure the tenants won't be thrown out in the street?
Am I? Harry, these people... We're gonna build a youth center there.
The value of their properties goes up and kids have a place to play in. I'm looking out for these people, not pulling the rug from under them, Harry. I'm looking out for all of Martinez. Perfectly acceptable. No one's gonna force you into anything, but I don't know about that gun of yours. But the good news is...
The lieutenant's eyes meet yours, and he shrugged.
Yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoids? You bring joy to my... You need to get signatures. Once you have the signatures, mail this to 13022 La Rocca. Most certainly, Harry. Nothing brightens my day like... By all means, Harry. See you soon.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate political opinions somewhere in Martinez. It's also about that, but it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. I knew we could trust you. Remember, real democracy is...
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time. Yes. What's that, Harry? You'll get... Most certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Sure, mister. Absolutely. Oh, hey, mister. I'm not gonna bother you with a long greeting, just like we talked.
You're back before the cargo container.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
A Stars Ryko, one of the finest Zhimsk-made motor carriage. Not many people outside of Grad.
A Stash Ryko KK2. That's a classic model. Never thought I'd see another one repainted after what happened last time. An old case for my precinct. A couple of Zhimsk migrants saw a Stash Ryko stopped in the street, painted just like this, muddy brown. Murdered the driver on the spot. They said it was an honor killing, Hussar style. The Zhimsk community protested the trial, flying the banners of some old king or whatever. 5,000 came to protest.
Correction, 4,395. The fourth largest public protest of a criminal trial in Revachol.
4 years for murder in Reunion. The perps were remorseful. Their sorry knocked 8 years off the sentence.
The prisons in the greater Revachol industrial harbor are...
Yes, detective? Okay. I'm not going to honor kill anyone over this. But I've seen it blue and white. It's much...
The woman still has. Behind the dockwork, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes grown into a single thicket. There's a little slight. One can't see into the Union box from the yard outside. That hall.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Oh, so you went and talked to my...
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus?
Let's see. Yeah, I guess the old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so fortunate.
But having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Again.
Good one.
About fucking.
Starting from the sit across, he spent his, and then the emblem on his vest in the far corner, standard working boot, size in conclusion, the exactly.
The fuck is with you, fella?
Establish authority, yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind.
And what exactly is it you've been doing that's so goddamn all the while talking racist shit?
Fascia. That's short for fascist.
So you keep saying, and I do want.
Yeah. Callie said you've been hanging around the daycare center. In the bushes, man.
I can believe that.
There is no Carly, and there is no kindergarten.
Please stop hanging around the jungle gym. Whatever you're doing there. The man is deep. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
If you think so, officer, I need a little help for carrying him to the holding pen of my kinema. I'll take...
There go those beautiful enamel boots. You will never own the full set now. May they rest in processing.
Continue working here. The locals, the care...
This means Lieutenant Kisuragi will leave the party until tomorrow morning. If you have nothing to do, read books or sit on the bench on the plaza.
You missed a good show before. A kid came by and
He fucked the tree up!
By the way, Kip, you need to act decisively. It's Kuno. Use Kuno words.
Watch out, Kuno!
Kuno knows which Kip Kuno meant. Kuno knows all the kids. Kuno's dad just tried to crawl out of... Yeah? The fuck did you want anyway? You got your fuck bag down. Fucking right, pig. Kuno's filling bathtubs with that shit. Fuck no, pig. Kuno ain't dealing to the popo.
Belying the act, he's actually telling the truth. Or at least 0.00001% of it. He has a little speed. He's just not giving it. He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out.
No! You told him the city's not fucking lame. And fuck you too.
Explain himself, as if explaining some kind of work, some kind of avant-garde work way ahead of its time. Stop denying it. You want art.
Kuno
The door to the wheeze. You try to be a side. Finally, there might be important information. This is the flag of Revachol. This isn't just one sun, but it's an optical atmospheric anomaly the first settlers saw. Happens in cold weather. The flag doesn't seem to mind. It's just... A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure, a little ring. There's something disdainful in the way. It looks like the artist is celebrating diversity, but underneath, he's just making fun of these people. You ain't gonna change someone's mind by calling... Yes, your broken mug friend would feel the owner of this collection could be dumping an interesting little clue. Let's see where this goes. Clues? Perhaps you should break into apartments more often. Who knows? Could be. But this clothes in a trash leak. You could ask Everard who this person is. A little... There's something... It looks like the artist is celebrating dive. Of course, you slippery bastard. A little... There's something... It looks like the... No one's telling you...
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing. I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another. And hatred, disgust, it's different. The woman on the boat.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an...
Ozon is an archipelago, 2 days travel.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? It's where they grow whores like that one. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an... Can't you tell? I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Yeah? Thanks.
She means the opposite.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in the... What do I care about some fucking tin eggshells? Ugh, alright, sad piggy. I'll give you this one. If you haven't been there, the village is a shithole down the coast from the main plaza. Have a good time! No. That's all the snitching sin. I have a weakness for animals. What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we talking about? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind. She squints her eyes.
On fire. I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that. I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. Insult me all you want.
Oops, my apology. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach.
Can't you? I haven't really started it yet. Have you ever? We rarely see. I thought I'd mix it up. You know, yeah? Lying is cool. What's your...
Indirect modes of taxation. Turns out, those Financial Oversight Committee gangsters stuffed millions. This could be a way into the apartment building, the smoking...
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have done...
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning. Obviously, look at that vague yet...
I know my rights, and don't you mind...
Insufficiently differential. Ah, it's like a character...
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? Are you sure you're sure? Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or land. Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and an oceanic isla. It comprises mostly achromatic, odorless.
The negation of being.
That's right. The negation of being. Oh, it is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing, but it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Extensively. Some say the damage stems from extreme sense. They call it the blend over.
Who says and who argues?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards.
It's more for her. Way more.
No, nameless detective of the Citizens Militia. I am up to my gills, officer. No, detective. We're safe. It begins there. An uproar of matter, darling. Rise. Imagine a grey coronal mist. The most disco thing you will ever see. The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter. What do you think, detective? Oh no, detective. It's not. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day, most people, I suggest you do the same. It doesn't look like you're doing. It's difficult to describe. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper.
There's a slippery article in there.
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale, when it's Pale in its entire entreponetics, is the scientific study.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of...
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Hybrid airships, detective. Conventional. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. Then they don't.
Gone. Like a skipping stone, but...
Yes. Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything? Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale? You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, detective. If you don't know even this, then... Your colleague, Lieutenant Kisaragi, is competent.
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as...
Even if we have to do it one basic term at a time. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything... A referral, you mean? I take it this was for someone in the RCM. Don't answer that. Oh my. A real door. Of course. The RCM has the...
Her bartering mind cannot fathom that you didn't ask anything in return.
How benevolent. Well, I hope it yields something. The company did not send mercenaries. I just hope you don't share Everart's...
Let's keep it that way. She means to add, but then doesn't.
I wouldn't have taken Everart for a safe...
No. It was more like he wanted things to get worse. In secret, of course.
Or he wants you and me to believe he's calm and in control. I'll think it over, Detective.
Have I underestimated the Union's ferocity?
Yes, that's the talk about town. The Hardy Boy. What you've said is quite enough. Sounds like he has you running errands, Detective. A well-established dominance ritual. Ah, yes. I've been...
With longing. Clear and simple longing. Strange.
I should be. In my youth, I had a brief dalliance here in my... He's probably dead by now. Even his shack is long gone. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of... Not overly so. We told ourselves we were the... I'm over-radiated, Detective. I do silly things sometimes, out of...
So it was a factor in her coming to Martin.
Do not spend 22 days a year in Pale Transit. Don't waste your 20s slumming it with your stupid friends. And don't be satisfied, Detective. What else can you tell me about your... A youth centre with Edgar Clare's statue on top of it? Go ahead. Help him. Yes.
She is more defensive about it.
Full of ghosts and ancient memories. Oh. So very, very helpful. And how is that going? Do you have any leads on that gun? Well, maybe he's not as helpful. Of course, Detective.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Now, what?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residents.
I'm no... If you can call it living. It's barely bigger than a closet.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her...
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She leaves an old lady to her business. The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Yes. I know who you mean.
Somewhere in the building, a child's...
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about...
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there.
Ruination has come. The broken arches betrayed a great force from the northeast fired. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst. Those arches acted as only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration. The waves of the Martinez Inlet. What didn't? A fleet. The combined army. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. Many are still there to this day. If you coalition warship.
The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I can...
That smell coming from her paint bucket, red-dyed heavy fuel oil, is only used in government vehicles, or at least that's...
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo. And I need an aircraft carrier. So what? Have you got any kids? But fine, take the brush.
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that. Why does art excellent? In short, have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic. Of course not. It's autism, box drawing, masturbation. Yes, you seek substance. No vapid representations and reproductions of social mores as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real, living art here. Exactly. It's not only your duty to go ahead and provide.
Hello again, officer. Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does.
The inspiration will come to her once hell.
Yes. I keep hope. Shoot, Piggy. It's what you.
What happened here? Put your emotions aside. Try to focus on abstract, impersonal things. It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. Indeed. You hear someone walking around inside. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to a poor communard from the looks.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason. A poor communard. This door has been closed with a pad. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but yes, get those cutters in there and snip away. This weak chain is no match for your might. The shackle snaps. A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The bust doesn't reply. A poor communard from... That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pendant. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the... Even today, half a century after, to symbolize the toppling of the old. Also, some social democrats were already using it. Because white is the color of peace. You see, noble, the price of identity. This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Number 28. This is where no one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back tomorrow. Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime. It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But behold, world, here walks a sportsman. The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti. There is a hollow. Your toe has suffered damage. It hurts. But the documents, it's not going to be that easy. Everard wants you to dirty your hands getting these signatures, and he will. This panel usually closes the water lock. You pull the lever. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. The man watches you in silence, very slowly cutting off another slice of his salami. And nothing happens. The man watches you. A spring bring. Wasn't there a sign over there saying? The tear machine. Your bottles clunk.
Hello again. How can I help you? Sure, let me have a look. Oh, no. I don't like a photic path.
You have absolutely no idea what a photo...
Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment. Another time, perhaps. I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
The pawnbroker's gaze. The pockets of these new jeans. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. By the way, the raw material. There it is again. The scent of ape bitter. Whatever petrochemical until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupt. The sun's. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle. Why are you talking to a gun? Yes. From the hot bitter. Whatever until a blossom of.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Okay. He definitely is. Looking at his wares, talking to him, that might give you more clues.
I doubt it, but I can...
The pawnbroker's gaze. You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm. Time passes. The sun draws ever closer. Kingdom of conscience. Take the legal documents out of the envelope. A 12 to the youth sent. It's going to be. This is either an ominous, my money is on cool. Looks like a cubic pyrite. There is no loophole. The simple truth is the current residents are going to lose their street access, and for the next 12 to 40 months, their life. Once the construction starts, it'll probably take a few months, a year maybe. For even the... Well, you could trick Everard. Get some random people to sign the document. By the time the union boss finds...
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Can I help you?
Got the 20 real?
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember...
The man ponders his cooking utensil. He looks up at you. Shrugging is an international sign. Behind, you see 2, maybe 3 bushes, grown into a single thicket. Over. The bed is still cold from the broken. An intricate, it still kind of looks like a map of gone. For you to someone who knows about. It's just a racist. The worn map features the your finger finally.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your
The face of King Freecell. This, face it, you flip back to it takes a moment. Why? As you leaf through the main feature though, is a long essay. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A. The actual article is surprisingly light if you don't follow it. You think you're settling in. Instead, where to even so, all of it, basically. Oddly enough, this article, there's no way. Have you ever met more than that? They're likely. And that at the end of the day, it's the destruction of these 700. You see? You flip back to the front. Unsurprisingly, much of this, you skim the headline. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside Apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent. The eternal, thus you flip back to the front of the magazine. Coach physical instrument. Wait. How did you know all those hammer throw techniques? How did... You sit on the wind. Time passes. The sun draws ever closer. This door is made. No one answers. Looks like he isn't home. You should come back to...
trying to sneak up on me?
Logic error. She is not sleeping.
Pigs come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Don't get fucking clever with me, trying to sneak up on...
The bed is still... The bed is still cold from the wind blowing.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming. You're not cooperating. It's your disgusting body.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. But this suffering, it must have some kind of meaning. A story that will come out of it. Perhaps even a...
There's no dignity here. You're just stuck here. In the half-world. Could try looking at other people.
Oh, baby boy. You're already in...
Maybe if you know, like, took a lot. Maybe if you cracked the damn thing, then you'd feel sad. Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
What do you think you're doing right now?
Let it.
But it never seems to let you go, does...
The fan stands still. The lights are off again. The switch must be broken, because nothing happened. The man ponders his cooking.
Yes? Wonderful. What is your takeaway? I can't stop a grown man from learning about the fundamental geography.
Perhaps I was overprotective, is what's insinuated.
It all seems unreal, detective. Excuse me, large topics are...
You look like shit. And I don't mean...
You can't leave it like that. Spin it on its head. Engage caps lock.
What?
Push it more. Hard.
Oh, come on, Jean. It looks like it's been a rough...
It's not just this week. What you...
There's something about this guy that matches. He might be wearing a disguise.
I'm not getting involved in this.
Yes, it's a hobby of mine.
As if waiting for some kind of reaction or response.
About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? Exactly. No.
No, he doesn't.
If I wasn't clinically depressed, I'd burst out laughing. But I'm gonna go with no right now. Actually, I don't want...
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things. I want to hear you say things.
Hear that? He wants you to say things. Say one.
So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know.
It's like you felt it would be intellectually stimulating.
Oh my god, there's more. You want something more? What is it?
There's something that binds you to him. Some kind of an outfit, maybe. The police of animals, yes.
Well, I am interacting with the most dangerous animal of them all. You. I'd say yeah. To yourself.
Can we help you with something?
Okay, what? So, do you know who? Yeah, I can see that. I don't know. Oh my god, there's more. Watch out for you.
The woman in an RCM patrol officer's uniform winces as she notices.
I would really prefer not to
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere, but if you had to guess...
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you haven't wronged me. Okay, fine.
What does one talk about with a fellow officer?
What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation.
Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
You're an asshole. You know what? Maybe...
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything, Judith. Me? No. I'm just a man with sunglasses. I like work.
Okay.
I'm just looking out.
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just wants to do her job. What precinct?
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfied...
Again? I can't believe this shit.
You know what it is.
Oh, I definitely know.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's entirely plausible. Somewhere good. Okay. You're not going to believe this, but yes, sir. Solving just some regular Oh, no. You see, I enjoy watching other better cops solve crimes. And let me...
This isn't helping.
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? None taken, my friend. And the conclusion is that a man with your caliber should form his own one-man policing unit. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. Not even a little...
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember who he is. As I said, just an urban myth. You are not the son of Lang.
Okay, yes, you get the joke.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I. Okay. Neither can I.
Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical... There's something missing here. Something you can't put... Yes, just cross it off.
Again? I can't, but... I'm going to say no. Just to see what you'll say to that. Okay?
Jean, he said okay.
Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a firefighter, male nurse, animal control agent, something.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Can I help you?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and
This is Precinct 57. How may I? Sorry, sir. I still haven't heard back from the database people. Try calling again later. Is there anything else I can do for you? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, office 10-4, sir. Sorry, 10-4. Order 10-4, sir. 10-4. Anything? Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
a rusting control. You grab the handle and the water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your...
Focus on one thing. Rust peels off
in this yard.
He's assessing the situation.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur, for cheap. A black block, a part of the city left unrenovated.
On aerial photos, block obscures look like dark squares.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Yes, for you to scavenge like a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects...
It's not meant as nagging.
We should move. I don't...
Banged-up motor carriage lies half submerged.
My guess is it started its journey from the plaza, where it backed through the fence. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Stomach, the motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. The logo is too deep in the murk.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident
Let's wait for the low tide and see what's inside.
Great idea. Then we can get the things...
I don't know. An hour or two?
As you sit down in the old rust, nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
The tune on your lip. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, two birds on a wire. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a... Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
I believe it's following a pattern.
Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by, yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for. Does he know something about the driver of this vehicle?
I'm sorry, Harry.
41. Precinct 41. A massive pit opens up in... No. Just nope. Say no to this, Harry.
Yes, your car is in the sea. Face it, so we can...
The lieutenant just...
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea. Of whom? I don't think so.
Probably. Try definitely.
Detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for many years. Look at it. Parts of it, people are more valuable than machines. Training a police officer is even more costly. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky to find one. Well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to... Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4...
This was 20% of the station's vehicular budget. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and doesn't say anything.
You can still whistle. Besides... Yes, let's go take a look.
Police badge.
At least something good came out of all this.
There's no way. This is it. The scene of the party. The fire pit. Not as such. Looks like they were here a while. Judging from...
Looks like it. Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it in a supine position. Huh?
Sarcastic self-pity. I understand the situation.
You have a home somewhere. All cops do. worn and beat.
We can sit on bench.
You can revisit the bench. Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with? The name is Lillian. People call me Netpicker. I think I have time for questions. What are the other ones? Let's see. Who are you looking for? I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate? Aha! Like snowmen. Two odd guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like. Right. Not only snowmen, also green men.
Oh, you're getting it. And it...
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Oh? Who? Well, how can I assist you then, officer? Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, picnic. Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what...
Keep it professional, man. Don't make it sound like you're hitting on her.
Wood, pieces of glass. Every once in a while we see dead bodies. Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in...
All right. Major choice moment. You only get to ask one thing. It would be weird to say them all. Choose wisely.
Well, you're barking under the wrong tree then, officer. I have no interest in floaters. Seen enough of them in my life already. Unfortunately, the factory sold this one with a 3-year warranty instead of a story. It's to intimidate folks mostly. It's a regular mass-produced sword, like a shot. From time to time, people need a lesson in respect. That's just the way it is. Back in the day, I caught the eyes of many men. And believe me, men need a lesson. What makes you think we haven't? That goes for men too. But they put on an act for us. Pretend like everything's good and living in shit doesn't bother them. Like anyone falls for that. No one wants to talk? No, I'm afraid not. Tempting to confiscate the blade I used to keep these animals in check. Some went to patch their wounds, their lesson learned. Others were more thick-headed. Guess I enjoyed the way he bled.
If it is, then...
Gone. Good for you. He, however, was lost to the waves. It's been quite a while now. He didn't respect the sea. Went out there, drunk. Now, before you tell me how sorry you are for my loss, know that it was 4 years ago, and I've moved on. There's only so...
She really likes those muscles, though. It's in the way she pronounces sinewy.
Us working folk don't have the luxury to be bedsick with Mel. Life didn't really change that much.
This is neither a touchy. She looks like she's ready to go on a date with another. Better.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. Aye. Sunny days.
No, ma'am. We have no quarrel with sunny days.
Good. 'Twould have been bad news.
There's a moment's silence.
In time, when the sea turns and the...
My prediction.
Were you? This says by signing, I agree to living with construction noise. What a nice idea.
She sounds incredulous about the niceness of the idea.
That Evrart and the Union have nice plans for anything.
And those members have a vote.
Aye, if you say so. Probably better that way. I mean, who likes construction noise?
Yes?
You're not sure about the melody, but it...
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts. Oh, welcome, police officer.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12. Oh, the usual. Dark tidings.
You're not. No one around here considers us an
Maybe they are, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men... I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor car. Ah, look at me ramble on. Stay. Most people... That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. That's exactly how they get ya. That's why we built our own cinder block houses on the seaside. So, aye, the room is pretty bare bones, but it's got a bed and roof over it. That's more than some folks have around here. Go ahead, call people rude things. Don't make an old woman regret opening her house.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
Just us. It's big. This is pretty...
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
Well, there's Lillian and her kid, and then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight. Lillian is tough. Tougher than... Sooner or later, you'll see for yourself. Over there, you can find more of an old military hospital and its surroundings. After the war, it was turned into a goodwill. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now. Here, for you, no officer. The only the lack of wealth.
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost in... Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days. Isn't that what people always think when they are lost?
She nods, rinsing another piece of cloth.
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you are. Now it's your turn, Mr. Why, I guess I will hurry. Aye, he just rolls off the tongue. He did too many narcotics. So many, he fell off his boat and split his skull on a buoy. Folks who saw, not much. Where's the some things just don't.
So, they don't hold.
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Before you get to the church, there's some ruins. And I don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be of note. The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed. What? You're one of those real estate people used, and now you know everything there is to know about this coast. Eh? What's this about? Come now, I can't read all this scribble. Tell me what it says. Huh, I might be half blind, but it looks like part of the village is gonna... Have you asked Lillian about this? I won't even consider signing till I know she's on board.
The door has...
I'll wait outside to give you some time and privacy. After we are done with the day, I'll still be staying in the whirling in rags for the night. We'll meet in...
The key turns with a satisfying click. You can enter... The bed is comforting. An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with... On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next, the water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose, your hand trembles as you scratch your cheek. Oh no, stop, for crying out loud. You're gonna cut your own throat. Your hand refuses to move another millimeter. The scruffy-haired, the other one, looks indistinguishable from him. This one doesn't say any.
Lily's our mum.
The stone kicker laughs suddenly. His head is too. The other one laughs as well. Wow, so intellectually stimulating. The stone-kicking one becomes frantic.
He looks just like me.
The boy doesn't answer.
You're bad with kids. Don't worry, everyone is. How about we do some police work now? We're not...
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed animal.
Oh, I had gloves.
Where did you get this glove?
Found them when Lemmy and I were playing hide and seek.
She doesn't want you to think she stole them.
I hid them. The twins were gonna take them.
We're going to need those gloves. It's for important police business.
Oh, They're in my sandcastle. Behind our house. Under the sand. You can break the castle. It's not very good. Yes! I am! Little Lily. You know, that's nice. My mom is great. Yes! Uh-huh. Mom is great. You know what's great about my mom? Everything! Yeah! Uh-huh. Yeah! Yes. They don't want to... They look the same. They look... identical. It's a grouse!
You might be able to get on Gart's good side if you make up for the skewer you broke.
I don't know. Sure. I mean, you already took it. I don't like it anyway. It's Lammy!
Lambie is a stuffed lamb that...
Yes. Very soft. Isn't he soft? Bye!
Weather has not been kind to Lily's little sandcastle. The ones...
The little castle? The reigning lord must have come.
The walls and floors give way to the giant's greed.
Congratulations. That's the goal.
Drop in temperature, an easy flow there. An empty street. Before you, a thorough, chemically sweetened. Across the road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a tub warm with water, white with soap. A man number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up. Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until the wind moves there.
Don't you call her? Uh-huh.
You're not going to get it. Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little...
Don't call Abigail!
He snorts and beckons you.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call. Don't you fucking call her!
There's no use in yelling at drunk.
The drunk man starts coughing.
Don't.
Hey, good to see you. So what's happening? Yeah, Tequila Sunset.
He says it like it's obviously your name. Like you call someone Billy Brunel or leader of the 4th Street gang.
That's the spirit. I used to shape reality. Sadly, things aren't going that well, and
Idiot doom spiral, huh? This is bound to be a good, high-concept conversation.
What's it about? Maybe you've heard. I used to be a very successful businessman. I've signed more than a few All right. Hey, Abs.
Don't you?
I need you to sign this document.
Don't call her.
Don't call Abiquao? Don't know if I've mentioned it, but I used to be a businessman. And as a businessman, I'm going to keep the pen. For my trouble. Hey, guy.
That fucking... Don't call her.
Thank you for your services, gentlemen. Should we go and mail these? I think I saw a mailbox.
Okay, what's on your mind? We play. Okay, we're drinking. So now it's up you two.
Good to see you, friend.
Does he actually know you? Or is he just shopkeep friendly?
So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine. My kind of guy. Here you go, friend. Sure, friend. You know it.
Don't mind old Rosemary here. He's a buffoon.
Oh, you see, friend, bought cigarettes?
The hook. Where is it? I can't see it.
Mm-hmm. Hook 'em and cook 'em, huh? You want to buy something? Let's keep it moving. See, friend, it's real valuable. Worth every real, if you catch my drift. Got it from a bit of a business venture. You know, it's funny, actually. What?
Keep him talking.
This guy. Oh, this is medicinal. I've got one of those scientific ampoules. Didn't stop me for shit, that's for sure. 5 lemons with half a pack of butter and you're good. It really isn't. In a week, those arseholes charged me 4 real to remove the damn thing. But I came out on top after all. But the idiots left me like 3 cans of this blue medicinal stuff from the...
Snakes or intestine.
2 I already sold to these fine gentlemen here. But this last one is yours for 3 real, if you want it. Yeah, be careful. It's extreme.
Feels like someone set a mustard field ablaze. In all fairness, that might...
So, what's the deal, friend? Want the 3 real?
That's a much more reasonable price right there. Makes sense.
Aye, by amphetamine I mean speed. Aye, good, my man. Now what can I offer you? Just make sure...
If you drink this, then you'll die.
In the civilized...
There it is. A brave little army in you. You picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you? Get a load of this rock and roll cop hair. Repercussions? There's a high risk of it will help you concentrate a bit. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and...
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and
Yes?
a shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or...
Oh.
Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold.